Alright, hello everyone, welcome in. Sorry about that, just needed to quickly sort something out. Hello, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in. I hope that everyone has had a good Tuesday thus far. And that we are all ready for another day of good productivity and other breeds of nervous. Ick. Let me just get a jacket on real quick. It's just something I had to handle real quick. And there we go. Okay. Whew. Okay. We are here. We are seated. We are jacketed. And we are ready. Yes. Okay, so on the game plan for today is continuing work obviously on Cheeky. That was the game plan for this entire week basically. And good progress has been made. If you saw the progress update over on X Twitter and Blue Sky, then you will know that we are getting really close to the finish line now, and I am really excited for that. Literally we are down to how many points on the to-do list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things on the to-do list before we can import it into VTube Studio for setups and final testing, which is kind of really exciting. Only 9 things left to do. Wow! So yes, lots of excitement. We are very close now. And that's gonna be really cool to see this finally come to life and be in its active working state. I am very much looking forward to it. That being said, today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a bit more of the illustration side of things. So we have a few more art pieces that we need to pull in and plan and place accordingly, or plan and pull in and place accordingly. So we're going to be doing a lot of that planning today in today's stream. As soon as I finish drawing the chain for the collar for this, for the compass necklace, that is also a thing. So I've mostly finished the compass previously, so I just need to put the chain on it still. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to start templating out the belts and everything else for the cutlass, and all of those accessories that need to still come on board. And we need to template out the posture. Methinks I need to grab a screenshot. Methinks I need to grab a screenshot. Hold up. Let me quickly open up Live2D, get the stance in position so that I can use that as a basis for a rough sketch. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Save! Thank you, Toaster! Greatly appreciated. We are just opening something up. I have not made a single edit to anything yet, so I will save as soon as I have grabbed the screenshot that I need to pull in for today. But thank you. How are you doing? How are you doing, Toaster? I am well. I have today off. Yay! Nice. Nice. Just gonna quickly minimize that. For Veterans Day. Ah, yes. That is indeed a thing in your part of the world. Awesome. I'm just quickly grabbing a screenshot of Cheeky's model in the Cutlass stance mode, with none of that visible. There we go. Nope. Let's just grab it like that. I had to make a few calls and then revealed to one of my blood relatives I've done things on this site. Oh my. That... For some people, that's a really big deal. I hope that everyone took it kindly. They did not know who I am, thankfully. I mentioned it and we moved past it. Okay. Yeah. Depending on your individual circumstances, if your family knows about it or not, can be quite a big deal. In my personal case, my entire household obviously knows that I do this. And they know exactly who I am. So, it is no secret in my household exactly what I am up to and what I do for a living. But they've all been supportive, so I couldn't ask for anything more. They will know one day, but not until I become an anime man on the computer. You know what? Fair. Fair, fair, fair. Okay, so now I've got the screenshot in place for how the width of the stance is going to be. Now what I need to do... I'm loving the skirt window. Yay! I love a tacit skirt. I realize that not everyone knows what a tacit is. Considering that I actually have kind of the same thing. Mine is just an awful lot shorter. Mine is a lot shorter. But tacit. Where can I write it? I can write it on the side here. I can write it on the side here. Skirt window Harrier, yeah. Tacit, like that. A tacit is a piece of plate armor that is guarding the upper hips. Whoa, wait, there, I accidentally moved myself, sorry. I should be there. That's where I need to be. So it's a piece of plate armor, basically. And while, if we look at hips, the thighs would have what we call cuisses on those. Then you have tacits, which guard that area. And then, depending on the era of the armor, there might be a codpiece as well, before the placard that covers the waist area. depending on the region and the era, how all of that madness is constructed will look different. But that's the basic idea. So I refer to this sort of open-fronted skirt as a tacit skirt because it kind of covers the same region as tacit armor. And it's more of a waist cape than like a full skirt, because a skirt implies complete coverage. In my understanding, it's like outerwear type stuff. So, in my personal opinion, I call it a tacit skirt. I do not know if there is an actual term for it, but I like the term tacit. I have learned things today. Yahoo! Victory! It's always fun with learned things. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I am going to hide a bunch of the stuff down here. Like that, yes. And I'm gonna hide our symmetry ruler. And our screenshot, I'm just going to reduce its opacity. Because what we're going to do here is we are going to, over the top of this, we are going to look at our posture. What I do want to just quickly double check before I get into this is, did Cheeky mention whether she's left or right-handed? I need to just check my notes. Cheeky. Reload. I can't recall it being mentioned. Let me just scroll up all the way and just quickly see if I can find it. Let's see. I'm just seeing if I can find the information, if it exists in our thread so far. Did I ask the question in this thread? Just checking. Almost there. Almost at the bottom of the thread. And I see no notes on handedness. Okay. So I will need to double check about that. But this, whatever I do, I can invert it if it is the wrong way around, I think. So I'm going to assume being right-handed. So starboard side is going to be our weapon-bearing arm until further notice. So what we're going to do is we're going to just clear that. Just roughly estimating the posture here very quickly. For the arm. It would probably need to be raised ever so slightly. So what will happen is, no, not that. This entire thing. Will be raised, like so. I'm not happy with the perspective on that. It's a little bit too outward. And I also want to quickly open up my reference. So, the reference for the cutlass is over here. Let me just open up a folder with the reference images I got, which is over here. References. Okay. So, off of this, we designed the rest of it. Straightforward. Relatively straight-edged blade, and other details are basically up to our discernment. Now, based on the length of that handle, which is a single-handed grip, relative to the rest of it, that entire blade is probably about the length of the arm from the fingertips to the shoulder. So, if the blade is going to be that long, that will display Let me just hide the temp swatch for a bit and hide our detail there for a bit. Not happy with that anatomy. Because that I want to make sense. Despite being hidden by the guard to a large extent. I'm not happy with that either. I don't like how it's looking with the arm forward. So let's see what happens if we, instead of going for an arm forward approach, try something with a little bit less perspective. Okay, so now with that scale sorted, let's see how we will arrange this. Okay. I'm definitely going to want to put a little bit of a rotation in the shoulder here. So how I'm going to do that, I will still figure out, but this stance definitely wants a little bit of that slightly rotated forward lean. Okay. So if that is going to be our posture template, and now we're going to hit that save button. As well as, I think, everyone, it is time for our first hydrate. So let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. So if we're going to go for that sort of a thing with the posture, what art pieces do we need extra? I can probably, with this version, reuse the forearm here. Yeah, I can probably reuse the forearm. So I think first things we need to do is design our cross guard. I think that's what we need to start with. And I'm going to do that over here, and then I'll move it across. So, the cross guard we are going to see from a couple of different angles. So, this is going to consist of the place where the blade goes in, as well as the piece that actually protects the hand. like that. And then somewhere over here, there'll be... It needs to be longer. Like that. Okay, that's a better set of proportions on that. And this is where our pommel is going to come through. So that entire surface curves over the knuckle guard, to form the knuckle guard, rather. Right. Now what I want to do is I want to shrink this down a bit. Alright. Now what I want to do is I want to put engraving on this, I think. And I think I'm going to make this engraving Phoenix themed for lore purposes. Okay, symmetry ruler off. Kind of tricky to tell what exactly you're looking at the moment, but it's fine. When it's in metal, it will make a bit more sense. Okay. But I'm happy for a scabbard mask, or for a scabbard, and crossguard and knuckle guard detail. That'll do the job. At least in first pass mode. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called Cut. Plus. Okay. Now here. We shall have in there a subfolder which is going to be called our knuckle guard. Right, and inside the knuckle guard we're going to have pencil and inks. Okay, and then we're going to go to the inks layer, go in there, choose black, and now let us do something about these engravings. I do want to do that. I'm just going to redo to a point and clear. So I do want to develop a sort of stylization that makes sense for the application. Okay, almost there. Right. Then what we're gonna do is we need nope. Something like that. Okay, getting there. Now, if it's not making sense why I'm doing what I'm currently doing, I'm probably going to map this up against a mask, so that I don't break my brain on rotations. And having the entire pattern mapped out is really helpful. And it's also going to mean that I'm not going to be able to use any metallic clipping layers against this either. Why? Because that, we learned from the corset issue, is not going to work until the multiple layer clipping from Live2D version 5. I think it's version 5 anyway. Or is it Blender that's on version 5 now? I think it's Blender that's on version 5 now. I can't keep track anymore. She says as if she's ever been able to keep track. Yeah, the latest version of Live2D can do multiple layers of clipping, etc., like what I would have liked for the corset. However, VTube Studio isn't ready for it yet, so it's not gonna help until it's going to be usable out in the wild. Okay, that goes off again. Now, Let's see. Okay, that'll do. Lastly, I just want to give this a nod. There we go. Hide that. Hide our screenshot. Hide our posture. Hide our symmetry ruler. Select outside. Expand by 1 pixel. I'm gonna grab a gold, I think, this time. Or are we gonna stick with silver? I think we're gonna stick with silver. Invert. Fill. Yeah, let's not introduce gold. It's going to get... Oh, wait, there's already gold on... There's gold on the buttons. I think if we put gold on the... There's gold on the buttons. Okay. If there's gold on the buttons, then introducing gold on the, whatchamacallit? On the cutlass guard won't be a stretch. So we grab that. Lock. Oh. Grab that. Deselect. Let's make that gap close a little daintier. Not that much. Okay, that'll work. Get rid of that. Symmetry ruler. Okay. Now let's remove parts. And add some new ones. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm basically mapping out areas that are going to be lower. So that I can then render those out accordingly. Okay. Almost there. This needs to be lying on. Okay. And now I grab this. Yeah. Like that. Then we hide the symmetry ruler for a smidge. Alright. Symmetry on again. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to start blurring the slot in. So I'm gonna grab our brush like so. And just start filling it in, basically. What I do want to do though is I want to just quickly come over here and just get rid of a little bit of this inking detail because that's too much. There we go. Now, here That'll work. For now, anyway. Now grab this. And just ease off specifically the middle over there. Oh, that ain't it. There we go. Now I just need to come over here and get rid of that little problem. Okay. Back over here. There we go, almost there. Okay, so far our gold is starting to shape up with at least some dimension for now. We still need that. Okay, that goes away. Okay. The next thing that I want to add, I'm just going to grab from over here again. I want that particular shade. There we go. Symmetry river on. Put that underneath. There we go. Starts to give us a little bit more shine. Over there. Okay. There we are. Like so. Right, we're slowly but certainly getting there. Getting a bit more dimension and dynamic in this. Right. Oh. Gaps. Gaps, gaps, gaps. Don't like that. I don't like that. There we go. That looks plenty fancy, I think. That's gonna work well when it's applied. So next we grab that. That one, that's the lighter of the two. No symmetry ruler. Slowly but certainly, this is coming together. Happy, happy, happy. How it's working so far. That looks like good. Shiny gold to me. Hey, it's really, really getting there. It's getting there, it's getting there, it's getting there. Nice. Okay, that looks nice and shiny. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. That sells gold as far as I'm concerned. I am happy that that says gold. Save button. And I think it's time for another hydrate. I missed the second one. Again. Whoops. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. Safe for consumption beverages. And take a sip. Hmm. Oh. Work time on this campus. 44 hours. So far. What? Okay, noted. Noted, noted, noted. Okay, casual. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that piece of gold. I'm happy with that piece of gold. So that is the knuckle guard. Sorted. In terms of its placement, let's just move that up for now, and then I will put it where it actually needs to go. In a smidge. Then next to that, or on top of that, we need basically a duplicate of this. And this is going to be the pommel, which we're going to empty. Unlock. Pommel is pretty straightforward. That is going to be center to canvas, like that. Edit outline. 1. Okay. Grab that. Dum. Let's just make that smaller. Okay. Am I actually satisfied that that's big enough? I don't think I am. Okay, try that again. Toaster, thank you for the save reminder. Greatly appreciated. I shall do so momentarily. Just want to get this shine right. That looks good. Someone has to make sure you don't lose progress. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very much. Especially considering that we have spent a good deal amount of time making sure that that knuckle guard is really pretty. And I'm pretty happy with it. Like, if you're gonna give someone a weapon, you may as well make it really nice looking, right? Okay. So the next thing as someone who has one of my weapons drawn by you, I agree. Oh. Yeah, no. I really like a pretty weapon. Like, I really, really, really like a pretty weapon. And I spontaneously can't remember which weapon of yours I drew. I know I'll find it in your folder on my server. I can't remember for the life of me right now what it was. I'm sorry. My memory is not the best sometimes. And this is why I love having a good filing system. Wait, can I? It was in sketches? Yeah, I want to remind myself because now it's bothering me. I want to remind myself. The weapon was the revolver? Sketch batch. Let's see which was the one with the revolver in it. Oh, yeah. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that one. But it was nice having a good reference for the revolver in the first place. Did it have a reference for the revolver? Now I'm suddenly... References? Be in thumbnail view, please. I'm pretty sure there was a reference for this thing. Yes, there was. There was indeed. The reference was this. Decent reference makes everything a lot easier. A decent reference makes everything a lot easier. Who knows? You might see the reference for it once again in the near future. Ooh, exciting, exciting. Just a heads up, remember that I am increasing my prices in January, so if you want to book your spot still on old prices, you've got it until basically last week in December to make sure that it's in the queue, even if it's on a split deposit, depending on what it is. I still need to make a formal post on that on my social media. I'll get there. I'll get there. First, I want to just get through everything here. Oh boy, then I guess we shall see indeed. No! Excitement. Alright. So, we've got the pommel, we've got the knuckle guard. We still need the actual hilt, which is the part that gets held. Clear that. Then we need the blade. Okay. Fun. So, what I'm thinking is at the moment the scale is a little bit deceiving because the knuckle guard is actually flattened out when in fact it's a curled thing. So here by the hilt, what we're going to need to do, I sort of want to give this a nice velvety. I want to give it a nice velvety royal blue hilt. Yeah, that's gonna look nice. A nice velvet wrapped or sulky maybe, rather than velvety. Yeah, that's the vibe. Oi. Clear it. Selection, reselect. Oh. Okay. And you'll have longer than 15 minutes this time. Yay! Yes, that will be a little helpful. That'll be a little helpful. I think I've got a piece of rope here somewhere. Tatters, tatters, chains, 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 pearls, chains, pearls, pearls. I've got a lot of pearls, chains, beads, knitting, more chains, Heyo, what's going on there? This is embroidery stitches, ruffles, more ruffles. Where was my rope? I need to re-download my rope. Okay. Because I can't find it. Let's go. Materials, assets. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I've got rope. Or is it gonna be? Or is it gonna be here? It's gonna be in here somewhere, right? Downloads. I recently acquired rope. I think. Stairs, detail, bubbles, no. That's, I think, all default Clip Studio assets. Just all kind of very useful. Explosion, which is also... That's a chain, but... It looks like a rope. That looks like it's gonna be in this pack. Or some strings, this is what I'm looking for. Dump all of that in here. Thank you! Greatly appreciated. Fresh coffee! Yay! And just in time for the next hydrate. Whee! It's still busy loading brushes into the system. So, in the meantime, coffee. That's an interesting effect. I don't know if you see that on the preview here by the tool property. With the blue and the gold together. Very interesting effect. I need to adjust the sensitivity of this wheel here. One moment please while I adjust that. Here. Brush, just brush size. Let's see. Dial sensitivity. Does that make it more or less sensitive? Less. I want it to be all the way up. Okay, let's just check here, because now it's seems to be doing something interesting here. Preferences. Tools. Just trying to find something quickly. That's not it. That's not it. Angle step is 1 degree, that's fine. Scale, that's fine. Okay, I'm not finding a setting that's going to make that easier. Fine. Let's go for 100 and see how big that is. Too much. Wait, I'm looking for 80, not 800. $90? 90 is good. That's interesting, but not quite what I'm looking for. This, however, may well be. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab that. Make it 90. Not what we're after. Closer, but also not there. At the end of the day, this is the one that I'm looking for. That's the feeling I want to give. That's the look I'm looking for. Yep, that was the look I was looking for. Just like that. Just like that. Except what I do want to do is I want to just correct to make this look a little bit less like metal and a little bit more like fabric. The basic shape is right. Just want to soften it a bit. 6 is too much. How's 3? 3 is good. Okay. And then what I want to do is on top here, I want to put something in between. And this is basically going to be a piece of wire thread, or a couple of pieces of wire thread. And the hand-drawnness of this is going to help make the whole thing not look too artificial. Okay, like that. Lock opacity. Grab that. Grab our symmetry ruler. Scale that down. Yeah, I'm gonna dial that back up to 4. I did lock that, so 4. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now that is going to get an overlay as well. which is going to be that color. So we get this interesting sort of royal and gold wire pommel, hilt, that I think is gonna look really nice. And what I think I'm gonna do for the sake of my own sanity is I'm gonna round these corners. Okay. Slowly but certainly getting there. Okay, that's that one. Okay, that'll work. Okay. So that is going to be our hilt sorted, save button, and I think it is now time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Ooh. Yes, this is gonna work. What I am gonna need to do... Nice hilt, thank you! It helps having a piece of chain that I can manipulate into obedience and wrap a wire around to do stuff with. What I am going to need to do is I'm going to need to copy the knuckle guard and do a more plain version of it for the interior, because they are definitely going to see the interior at some point as well. Especially when... Unless I don't do an interior version. What I do is I make the mask layer the interior version. What we're going to actually clip this thing to when we shape it. Potentially? We'll see what works. Because this is definitely going to require some trial and experimentation. Much like the corset. But having the pieces helps a lot. And this coffee is hitting all of the spots right now. I'm not blessed to let it get cold. I'm not blessed to put the mug down. Oh, fine. It goes away now. I will regret it later, but it's fine. Regret is later, the coffee is now. It's not lukewarm, is it? No. It is still relatively hot. I'd say 15 minutes old at most, I think, if I look at the clock. I can't remember. But it's warm enough to still be considered hot. Not scalding, but definitely a good, safe for consumption temperature. But okay, we continue. Poppy is now gone. Whew. I will figure out how I'm going to handle the interior. Right. I had my canvas flipped. So the next thing is going to be the blade itself. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7th armpits, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it's just longer than the length of the arm. Just longer than the length of the arm. So it's literally gonna be from the fingertips to the top of the deltoid there. Okay. How parallel is that? Pretty close to parallel, okay. Hide the screenshot for a bit there. Now I'm kind of leaning towards a slightly straighter cutlass. Not quite as straight as it is now, though. Because I do know that you did get them in both straight and somewhat curved forms. The curved blade helps with slicing things. Straight edges are good for stabbing. Curves are good for slicing. And I don't want the tip to be too pointy, because then it looks like a different kind of weapon. And it would be prone to snapping off, which is also not what we're after. Okay. So now what I'm seeing is that based off of our reference there, it's a little bit broad. So I'm definitely going to need to cut down on the length of that slot in our knuckle guard. Okay. Now if we go and we flip this vertically, we should be able to start seeing what we're in for here. Yeah, I need to come to the knuckle guard. Symmetry ruler on. Amplify brush. Make it small. And then just put that in. Like that. Yeah, that'll do the trick. Okay. Let me think. How do I want to handle this? I want to see if I can find another reference where I can see a blade a little bit more historically accurately. Let's see. So we'll probably have a little bit of a fuller. That goes most of the way along the length. Okay. Monshiro, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. I think I know what I'm going to do with this blade. Okay. How are you doing, Monshiro? Toaster, yay, more friends, yes! Shiro is joining us over on YouTube side, so thank you for joining us, I appreciate it. Wait. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to have the sharpened part of the blade. Ah, yes, I've got my symmetry ruler on. Let me just switch that off. Come out. Get that. Be gone with that. There we go. Good, I have a toothache and I'm trying to think of what to eat that'll not make it hurt more. Oh no, Aina. That does not sound fun. That does not sound fun. At all. Shame. What is it? I think it's clove oil that helps with toothache a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. As far as home remedies go, as well. I think it's clove oil. I can't remember 100%. Interesting. Yeah. Don't take my word for it, though. Because I can't remember. With any sort of certainty. But I'm leaning towards thinking it's clove oil. I do know that whiskey helps with toothaches. It can. It can, because the alcohol actually attacks the bacteria that's causing the inflammation. It's a real thing. Mm-hmm. But that's one of the spices. I'm pretty sure there's none of here because it's not a favorite. Yeah, if you are looking for it, you might find it alongside essential oils that are used for things like aromatherapy. If you go to a pharmacy, you might find it alongside the essential oils. I don't drink alcohol. Yeah. You get the same effect if you do toothpaste, mouthwash. But another thing that you can do is take a bottle of water and pour like 2 tablespoons of salt in it, shake it up real good, and then use the salt water as a mouthwash for the next couple of days. The salt water is also a very, very good anti-inflammatory. Salt water is incredibly good anti-inflammatory. It's the only stuff I use for mouthwash. And an awful lot cheaper than the usual stuff. Full of fluoride. Poster says, speaking of whiskey, I do enjoy a good glass of hibiki whiskey with a nice cigar. I can't say I've ever had a cigar, but I do also enjoy a good whiskey every now and again. Last Christmas, my family treated me to... Or was it my birthday? I can't remember. One of the two. My family treated me to a bottle of Suntory, which was really, really good. Salt I have, I give you my heart. Oh, thank you. No, I hope it helps. I hope it helps. But like a saltwater mouthwash is like the first go-to I have when I have any sort of toothache of any description, or any inflammation in the mouth, whether it's toothache, or mouth sores from like having accidentally been dehydrated and accidentally vacuuming my lips against my teeth, and then getting that wound on the inside of the lips. Ugh, that happens way too often. Or biting your cheek interior by accident or anything like that. Nah. Salt water. First thing. I do. And it helps quite a lot. Similar here for me. Around that time, I went to Switzerland, enjoyed a Cuban cigar with a Japanese whiskey. Yeah, Japanese whiskey is really hard to get a hold of around here. Like, it's always in the it's always in the very niche sections of any bottle stores, and expensive. But I have had the privilege of trying out 2 Japanese whiskies. The one was the Suntory, and the one was Nikka as well. And both of those were really, really, really good. Really, really, really good. You said last Christmas, so my grain... I'm not sure what I'm reading there. Sorry, Manshiro. If you do get your hands on it, hibiki is very nice. It has a wonderful palate. Ooh, that's good to know. Yeah. I have a tendency towards the more lowland style whiskies, the smoother ones, with the more aromatic vibes to them, rather than the peaty Highland style whiskies. In general, I don't dislike the peaty style ones, but it's just not the one I'll go to first. Oh, sang. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that song. I'm sorry. Sorry, Munchiro. I am not familiar with that song. Seriously? Yeah, I live under a rock when it comes to music a little bit, sometimes. I know a lot of stuff that is probably what is quote-unquote your dad's music. But, like, I would not say I am the most well-read when it comes to things that came out in the West in the last 2 decades. I Give You My Heart is one of the most known Christmas songs ever, I think. Yeah, I'm not really big on, you know, commercial Christmas music, if I can phrase it that way. It's highly impressive that you managed to dodge that song somehow in the last 10 plus years. It helps when you never listen to the radio. Honestly. It really, really helps when you never listen to the radio. Or, you know, watch music award shows. Or anything that would tell the algorithm, hey, this is something that might interest you. Because, yeah, it ain't. Okay, so with that, I should be able to now somehow, I think with this, probably, I should now be able to carve a more appropriate shape. You don't have TikTok or YouTube Shorts or go to the shopping mall because people are using it and putting it everywhere a lot. I don't have TikTok. When I listen to YouTube Shorts or go to YouTube Shorts, then I'll watch my shorts on mute. Because it's usually when I don't have my headphones anywhere nearby and I'm not on my computer. And no, I don't actually go to malls. Because why? I don't have transport of my own. And I don't live in a place where public transport is viable. So... yeah. I legitimately do not get exposure in the same places that other people get exposure. I don't know if it's impressive or tragic at this point. genuine impressive. Yeah. I am fortunate to have a household full of able-bodied souls, aside from myself, the rest of whom all actually are mobile. So, basically, I have had no change in lifestyle between now and the Great Lockdown events. You know what I'm talking about. There's been exactly zero change in lifestyle. It did not affect me at all. Impressed the same way when they don't know how Taylor Swift songs sound? Like, how did you manage to avoid it so much? Yeah, just... like, I've possibly heard one in a public place once 5 years ago, maybe. But, like... I just don't click on anything with her name on it. So, genuinely not interested, don't know what it sounds like. What I know about the content of her songs is enough to tell me I don't think I want to listen to it. So it's actually amazingly easy to avoid that kind of music when you convince YouTube or whatever your platform is, according to your listening history, that you are in fact 57 or older. Like, just give me that Dire Straits, folks. Just forget everything else. Like, just start with the Dire Straits, the Pink Floyds, the Beatles, the ABBA, a little bit of Jethro Tull here and there, Electric Light Orchestra, you know, literally all your dad's music. Stuff that I'm pretty sure the majority of you guys, unless you have parents who have listened to that stuff with you, and you didn't shun it as being seriously uncool, will probably not know. We listen to it critically in my house when we listen to it. Because my relationship with music is weird. Both of my parents are incredibly musical. And we had a huge collection of music in the house. But basically, my mum had the amazing ability to just hear the music in her head, so she never bothered to put it on audibly in the house. And basically what ended up happening, and usually my dad was working with sound in some way, shape, or form, so when he was home, he wanted his ears to rest a bit, so he didn't really put stuff on unless he was testing things much. And with that being the general state of affairs, I knew there was a huge collection of music, but I kind of only recently realized that I ended up with kind of a bit of an executive dysfunction of being able to know, okay, there's so much good music in the house, I have no idea where to start. We had a huge LP collection and a huge CD collection, and I did not know where to start for the longest time. So that was a little weird for me personally. When I finally did sort of get to hear more of it, was pretty much only now in the last 10-15 years. Properly. And it's been wild. I think it started when I actually first got internet access, now that I think about it. It was 2013, 2014? 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. And from that point, I could actually start finding out, okay, what kind of stuff is out there? What kind of stuff do I like? Cool. And then my family started having music nights where we'd go onto YouTube and just pick something out of the the DVD pile or the YouTube, whatever was most convenient at the time. We'd pick something out of the collection and just listen to a whole album. Whether that was the music for Montserrat concert when there was that huge eruption that took out like half the island. That one is still in the house, that DVD. Still listen to it every now and again. The Rick Wakeman Journey to the Center of the Earth album. A whole huge selection of compilation albums. So while I was still not really knowing what what was out there and what was popular, I ended up sort of being able to recognize the kinds of things and the kinds of sounds that I liked out of that old stuff. And for a while I was a little bit of an old music snob. And then I started listening to international music, and I realized, oh, there are still people in this era who can write. Okay, there is hope. it doesn't all sound the same. Of course, in some cases, the sounds are a little bit the same now because of what's popular and trying to match international audiences, but in general I am still finding that the quality of the poetry and the international stuff is at least usually a little bit better. I still wouldn't say that I am well read on the topic because I still have a little bit of that executive dysfunction of, ooh, I want to listen to a thing, and then I just never hit the play button while I'm working on other stuff. Like, it is something that actively frustrates the living daylights out of me, is that I just don't hit the play button. But overall, I think I have started to develop a musical taste that is pretty diverse. Like, I think I listen pretty broadly. I'm not genre locked. It all depends on my mood. Oh, and then I learnt about OSTs. And that was a rabbit hole. That was a rabbit hole. Like, music with lyrics kind of fell by the wayside for like a 2 or 3 year period while I fell into the OST abyss. I do agree that in some way the level of lyric went down, but I also see how many more people are making music and sharing it, and that's something that brings many good artists to an audience unlike before. This is true. This is very, very true. Yes, there is definitely still a major element of luck to being discovered organically as an indie musician, especially in the current social media climate. It's tricky. It's really, really hard. And so if you find one you like, please listen to their stuff a lot. And support like a K-pop stan, I guess, is the best way to describe it. Because it's really, really tough out there. To be an independent musician. But if they get it right, it is the best thing for music, because there's like a handful of people without the parasocial stuff. Yeah. Like, be clever about how many times you hit the repeat button and in what playlists you put it, etc, etc. That's what I mean when I'm saying listen to it like a K-pop stan. That's what I mean in that case. The rest is up to you, how you want to engage with the stuff that you're a fan of. That's not my problem. But when you find an indie musician that you like, support them, share them, go bananas. But it's just the Western corporate music industry is written by like 12 people, I guess, at most. If I'm understanding the situation currently correctly with the major record deals, the major record labels, The distribution channels are toxic. Like, seriously, read up on how places like Spotify handle music distribution and remuneration. And all of a sudden, it's you start realizing, shucks, it's so exploitive. If there are ways that you can support directly, support directly. Seriously. What, Russian? So how Spotify and other platforms cut the money from listens. It's a really toxic system. So if you can support in more direct ways, support in more direct ways. And I lost my train of thought, whatever I was busy saying. Okay. Music and music distribution? Yeah. It's a black hole. Do some independent research on it. And see how it works. And make a call for yourself. About how you want to support your people. And yeah. Okay, that is looking a lot more like a blade now. Just like that. It was looking very flat a second ago, and now it's looking like an actual blade. Okay. Now I'm a happy camper. Those will go together nicely. Okay. Save button. Okay, the next thing that I want to do this looks really good, but I don't think it's connecting to the right place. Don't worry, it's not in its assembled state at the moment, like at all. Nothing is currently connected. Because the knuckle guard that you see in the back here needs to be rounded So it needs to make a loop like that. And with that being the case, is the lag or is it just on my side? It's because I hit the save button. I hit the save button and that makes my VTube Studio go all janky. That's how you know I'm actually saving my work. Is if I suddenly start going jittery, it's because I'm saving. But yeah. So because the knuckle guard goes around like that, I need it to be a separate object so that as I manipulate shapes in Live2D, I can put it however which way I need it. So that's the plan there. What I do want to do from here, because I think now we've got the pieces for our cutlass sorted. The lower arm piece for that should work. The hand I should be able to just repose for that. So here, what I need next is not going to be on the posture, it's going to be a scabbard. Now, scabbard for this, let's hit the duplicate button there and empty it. Let's see. We'll grab that for a start. Or no. No. Come out here. Grab that for a start. That color. Put this behind the blade. Actually, let me do this. Pull, edit, outline selection, round, 20. It would help, edit, outline selection, 60. That will do the trick. Just reselect and just fill. Okay. So this is going to be full back. And this is going to be full front. Selection, reselect, edit, outline selection. I want that to be 40. Okay. And full. There we go. I like that shape better, so we're going to clear that, duplicate it, merge down. Okay. Grab both of those. No, just the front one. Make that square. Okay. Now, hide the blade. Hide the back. On the front, what we're going to do. Multiply. Airbrush scale down. Just like that. Duplicate. Drop that there. Now what do we want to do? Is over here. Do that. And take our entire scabbard and drop that down to here. Here is a good spot for it. We don't want it to be too high up, because then it gets in the way. Oh boy. Okay, then this gets locked. Grab that. Where is our brush? There. That is the brush we were looking for. Okay, that's one bit. Now we need to do the end, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab that. Unlock. Edit. Outline selection. Wait. Outline selection. Like that. Really? Okay. Slowly but certainly getting through Scabbard. Alright, lock that at opacity, grab that again. Our brush. Okay. That is straightforward. Save button. Still not there. I think it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. How have we already been streaming for 3 hours? Crazy, 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 crazy. Okay. Lock those opacities. I want that one. Fill. And fill. Unlock. Unlock. Yeah. Okay, I've got to fix that. Okay. So as far as the scabbard goes, that will work. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a mask, and I'm going to call this blade sheath mask. Make a rectangle like that. Fill. And what this thing will do is when I do the sheathing and unsheathing animation for like how the legs step to get to this point in the toggle, the hand will actually sheathe and unsheathe the sword as well. So this mask is going to just make sure that the blade can't accidentally poke through the scabbard on the sides as that animation is happening. So this is just going to be a little bit of a sneaky security blanket. There we go. Just need to check something. Is that ignorable for now? It is ignorable for now, okay. Ooh. It is ignorable for now. So we've now got our posture template and the beginnings of our sword. We still need to do OBS disconnected. Please reconnect. Reconnection successful. Yay! Okay. Okay, so we still need to do the belts that are actually going to hold the scabbard onto our person, as well as a couple of waist pouches. Hide our posture for a second. Where is my test render? Here. Test render doesn't have everything. Is it this one? No, it is not. Which layer is it that I'm looking for? This one. This one is the layer that I was looking for. Let me think. Right, that lot. Call this concept sketch because for some obscure reason I never named this layer. Okay. Let's go into this. And let's write the concept sketch and just quickly put a chain on this compass. Grab that information. Let's see. How broad is this chain? Undo. Undo. On this chain. That is not gonna fly. That is too petite in the wrong ways. That one can work. That can work. Then what I want to do is I want to put that on a vector layer. Along those lines. Symmetry ruler off. Here. Grab control points. So many control points in so little space. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, and okay. Like that. It's a continuous piece of chain. The real people, hello! Ooh, cool compass, thank you, thank you, thank you. It will look a little bit smaller when it's rigged. It will definitely look a little bit smaller when it's rigged. I have a plan for how I'm going to get it to work, but basically what it boils down to is that this very broad rim over here, I am... how can I phrase this? Going to be using to fake 3D a little bit. So hopefully it'll work. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. okay. We've now got our chain, which, if we put on like that, you know what? I don't like that. What I am going to do is I'm going to duplicate that, grab it, edit, outline selection, width to OK. And swap. That looks better. Now we merge down. That looks better. Okay. Happiness there, happiness there. Now I had the beginnings of a couple of belts. At the beginnings of the couple of the belts. Okay, let's put this back. In Live2D, let's just put this back in proper standing mode. Grab that. Grab another screenshot, like so. Come back to Clip Studio. Paste. Let's use the one to align the other. But not the bandana because it's not stable enough. For that job. But that will work. Okay. So that should give us the most accurate spread of shapes that we're dealing with. Which now means I can use that as information for our belts. So I'm going to take this down to like 20. Hide those because we don't need them right now. grab the entire lot, I think, for a start. And bump those down. I think I'll have to think it out again. Firstly, let's hide those two. Because the purpose of that thing still evades me. Clear it. Grab our hard round. Let's make that, say, 40? 60? $80. Save! Thank you, Toaster. I shall do just so. Save button. And while we're at it, let's hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Also, now's a good time for me to go and make myself a last coffee for the day. Just waiting for this thing to finish saving. Did you save? Or did you crash? You saved. Okay, you saved. Lovely! Next, let us... Ooh, flight mode! Yay! We got the wings on! We got the wings on. Thank you for the flight mode, the real people. That should be okay, I think. And clear it. And that should be okay. Wait, let me clear both of these because I'm now unsure. I'm now unsure about how I'm going to handle this because this needs one that way and one that's going to wrap around the back. Actually, it needs two of these. Ooh, this thing actually needs two of these gold supports. So that's going to be needing like that. Because otherwise, it's going to hang really, really floppy and it's always going to be in the way. In practical terms. So that, theoretically, can hang from the low belt. But that can all happen underneath the corset. It doesn't need to sit on top of it. Unless this let me clear that again. I'm not happy. One across like that. A little higher up. Just a little bit more stable. Which will then have a belt down. From there, second belt like that makes sense, because that helps it stop from slipping down. That cross over the hip does give something. I did not necessarily like the pouch that I had over here in my sketch. Theoretically speaking, this is where one would hang a dagger. Right here is where one would hang a dagger. Normally, because you've got always two weapons, one which is your main armament and one which is your secondary arm in case someone gets too close or you need to drop your weapon for whatever reason. And a dagger is a great secondary arm for literally everything. Unless you're a spearman, in which case a sword is your best secondary arm. If we're dealing with someone who is in fact not in the age of gunpowder. Perhaps. The pouch sits over here, tying underneath the corset like that. How does that look? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because look, the scabbard has to hang at a little bit of an angle, and probably, more likely than not, until we go into our cutlass stance, that's probably going to be behind most of the time, so that the hilt and knuckle guard is hovering over there instead of in front over here, because that's a lot of information in an unfortunate place. So it's probably going to swing behind under idle stance circumstances. I am deciding about these belts. I'm deciding about the belts. How can I make this not... Wait, let me just do this. Let me just do this. Come over here. I just want to see how it's behaving. Let me just go over there for a bit. There we go. I'm gonna have to be careful with belts. Am I overthinking this? Quite possibly. I think I'm overthinking this. Okay. Let's hide the scabbard for the moment. So this first belt is actually going to be our entire pouch scenario. I think that's what we're going to do. And this I want to be 60 pixels. Like that. And I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to call this belt pouch. Clear it. Okay, lock that. Inks. Grab our inks brush. Put that. Edit, outline. 1. Okay. There we are. Now, Let's add a little bit of texture to this. So this piping ought to give a little bit of structure to the entire madness over here. And then we can use a dowel and loop sort of closure, because that makes sense. There we go. Alright. That will work. That closure. Okay. Let's think in terms of color. That ought to do it. Fill. Then let's grab something neutral. Something like that. Okay. Let's think. Maybe it's a little bit too... That's better. Okay. Getting there. I said I wanted to go make myself coffee and I'm not getting to it. Haha. What's new? No. Let me do this. Lock, multiply, grab that shade. I just want to see if I wasted my time or not. What is clicking? Amazing how the shade adding to the flat color. Yeah, it really helps to make it feel like it's an actual thing. Okay, yeah. So now what I can do comfortably is I can add my metal color. That eyelet. And let's pick a dark red again for this. What is clicking every time I press on this thing? I have no idea, but okay. No, undo. so easy to overcook it. But okay. What's the time? Alright, it is really my last opportunity to go make myself a cup of coffee this day, so I'm gonna very, very quickly go do that. And then I will resume with more belts when I get back. But yeah, we are almost done with the pouch. We've gotten quite a ways through the process. I mean, this is not an insubstantial amount of stuff that we have done so far this day. Yeah, I am happy that we're making good progress. I am happy, I am happy. Considering that we basically spent almost an hour on the guard alone. On the knuckle guard alone. We spent almost an hour. And we are now 4 hours in. So I will quickly go and make myself another cup of coffee. And then I will come back and we will resume work on the belts. Are we getting places? We are definitely getting places. One bit at a time. Okay, I think I can close the cutlass reference over here. I don't need to save it. Yeah. Save button. And be right back. And we are back. We're back. Okay. Coffee acquired. So, everyone, get your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Yes. Comfy. Very, very comfy. Right. Now. Let us very quickly, before we go further, just like that. Okay. Now I'm happy to pull that one pretty much there and done. Just gonna grab that and just give it a little bit of shine. Just this smidge. Just so that it doesn't feel dull. There we go. So that's that one. Let's just hide all of those again. All right. Well, I want to use that grey as the base color for our belts, I think. Or did we say that one? That one was the grey, base grey that we wanted to use for our belts. So this, we go lock, and we go fill with the grey. Then clip, multiply that color, and over here okay, that would work. Grab the lightest grey as well. And I just want to use that to give a little bit of texture on top. Just like that. There we go. There we go. What I do want to do, however, is I want to shift this inwards. Like that. And just like so. Okay, so that is the first belt and the belt pouch. Check. Happiness is. Belt number 2. This one is going to be our scabbard belt. So this one I want to be 40. I want it to be that color. And I want it to go like that for now. Why? Because I am going to manipulate it quite. So the straighter I can get it, the easier it'll be to work. Knock off the top, knock off the bottom, add a multiply, there we go. So that is going to be our scabbard belt. Next, clear it because I don't know if we're going to use that. There's a lot of information happening around the waist, so having the garter strap, I don't know. If that just makes it cheap. Okay. Then here, I do think I want to stick with a thinner sort of a belt setup for everything related to the sword, considering that the entire thing can't weigh more than a block of butter. Really. Or what? A bottle of milk at most? Somewhere between there, probably. It does not need to be this ridiculously heavy duty madness. So we can make it a bit daintier, which also adds to the feminine look. Alright, lock that opacity. Add a multiply on top of that. Grab that. Here. Make it a little bit shiny. Add a top edge. No. Okay. So that's the strap part of that belt. But this needs to be 4, not 3. And this one needs to be 3, not 4. Okay. That'll do for those. What I do think though is that this first belt needs to be a different color because otherwise it looks a bit odd. Yeah, it needs to be a darker strap. Perhaps though, same as the pouch. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. More intentional and not kind of half-heartedly cobbled together. Okay. So we are slowly but certainly getting our belts in order. What we are still lacking is what we're still lacking is a connection point for that. A connection point for that. A closure. And place to hang our gem chains from. But that will do, I think. Unless I put them on this side. No, that's gonna be, that gets cluttered. That's looking a bit cluttered. There's a lot of visual weight on the starboard side. But I guess when we put the whole thing together in the rig, we'll see for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure yet about where those two will hang. Let me just hide those chains for now, because I can't think of them. Not in the current state. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open the Photoshop file. I don't need you, or you. I'm going to copy you. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go and put this merge that down. And I'm gonna go merge that down. And then I'm going to call this one scabbard front. Scabbard fall back. Scabbard inks back. Collapse that. So that lot exists. Cool. Collapse for now. Other belts. Belt 1. Belt pouch. Belt 2. That's those 3. Copy. Paste. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Okay. So that's now ready basically to pull in. So let me hit the save button here, because I don't see myself having the mental capacity to keep thinking about how I want to handle things yet until I've got at least some of what I've already got functional. Because at that point I'll be able to assess how I want to handle the last few pieces. Because we really are down to the last few pieces. And while that's saving, coffee. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Yep. Right thing for right now. Then this was still in the preview mode, which we don't necessarily want right now. Let me just put myself over yonder, where I'm out the way. And let's see, I want to be in that folder. And I want to pull in the file. Please and thank you. Are you going to do the thing? Or are you still flipping out? Was Cube Studio still saving? Probably. Probably. Okay, we are almost there. Get rid of that one. Do our maintenance while we're at it. Grab those, put them in there. Perhaps that. And get rid of that. Alright. Now let's do this. Grab everything, delete, mirror edit. Yes. First things first. Got to mesh this quite carefully. In the sense that this is going to deform quite a lot. So I can't afford to skimp on how many major points are going to be along its entire length. Okay, now we go this, and we go copy, put vertically, right all the way down. Paste. There we go. Grab you. Connect you there. Connect you there. Connect like that. Okay. Copy. Paste. Okay, let's go. Copy. The horizontal. Paste. Close that. No. Close that. Great. Now we come this way. Get rid of that. That one can be a 5. That needs to be a 3. That can be a 10. There we go. Right, next. Here. And there. Almost got this. Come on. There we go. Okay, confirm that line. Next, down here. Save, thank you. I shall do just that. Now that I've learned that I can actually hit the save button while I am still mesh editing, that's helpful to know. For the longest time I wasn't sure if I could actually do that. But thank you, Toaster. I appreciate the save reminder. Whew. I swear I hit the save button the most out of all of the redeems. You know, I am willing to bet that that would probably be accurate. Like, this minute, 1 hour ago, 3 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 1, 2, yesterday, 1, 2 days ago, 1, 2, 2, 5 days ago. Yeah, definitely you hit the save button more than anything else. Thank you. What can I say? I love being here. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. It's fun having you around. Okay. That's that one. And that's where I'm going to hold on that for the moment. Because I can, with that, feel the last of my mental capacity for this day. It has just escaped me. Like smoke escaping from my ears. And I think if I try and squeeze any more out of it right now, I will quite probably end up causing a mess that I would rather not make. What I will do is I will put that in there so that I can just quickly test that it does do what I wanted to. When I grab this, place, and that's going to give us the illusion of it being sheathed. When everything is aligned properly. Like that. Angles will obviously need to get adjusted for the curvature of the blade as it gets drawn, but that is not a today problem. For now, that can live safely in there, tucked away, until I can work with it. And I'm pretty sure that this can all line up approximately like so, accordingly. Dump that right on top. And that is a future Harrier problem. It is indeed a future Harrier problem. What I will do is just quickly update Texture Atlas, because that's a fairly mindless job. It just takes a little bit of time to handle. Because processing power, yay! And I can close Clip Studio. Yes, that has saved, so I can close that. And I can close that. Woohoo! But yes. Progress. Progress of bladed nature has been made. We didn't end up drawing the arms, necessarily. We did plan the posing for them. So I still need to do the bits that we need for actually grabbing and drawing, but I'll do that once I've actually gotten the lower arm to like how I want it to. Because then I can plan, okay, exactly at what postures do I want the hands to get the most viable grip look that we can before such time as the majority of the hand gets hidden by the knuckle guard. So we're probably going to need an upper palm piece. That's going to be pretty important. We're probably going to need a lower palm piece where the hand is grabbing, but I'll figure that out later. I mean, I know more or less what it looks like, but yeah. These are the biggest pieces, so I want to place them. Auto layout. And I just want to see before I place that belt down if I'm going to have enough space here, or if I'm going to need to add another page. I really don't want to have to add another page. But I might have to move a couple of these smaller objects too. Yeah, I'm gonna move a couple of these smaller objects. Because what? You guys do not need to be all the way over here. Auto layout, let's go. That went pretty well. I think there might still be space for this one. And this is very loosely optimized. Okay, that will work. Save. Freeze design for today. Freeze design for today. I am not going to go any further after exporting that texture atlas. Okay. Ooh-wee. I hope you guys had fun. Oh, I hope you guys had fun. I have determined that I'm going to have a one stream break from VTuber rigging when Cheeky is done, to just recalibrate for a bit, play some Final Fantasy XIV to just have something to tell my brain that no, you're not actually working, so I can relax and not feel guilty about it, because that kind of rest is also self-care, and it's important and it's necessary. A palate cleanse, yes, exactly. Something to just break the tension. Because September, October did not go how I ended up planning on to go, really, and I don't need to tell you guys the deadline madness that it put my brain under the last 3 weeks. You can tell by just looking historically at my schedules. So, I am not in a position where I can take a proper break at the moment. I said so in in a post I made earlier today as well, but just trying to fool myself into thinking that I'm taking a break is important right now. Just fool the brain a little bit. I took about an hour this evening before stream as well to just be with family and not think about work, which is also important, and it was fun. to just say, yes, I've got the deadline, but right now I am here. Don't worry, Harrier, it's not like a certain appliance will submit a request in with a deadline anytime soon. Joking. Well, I am looking forward to that either which way. Like, I tend to do well with a deadline. Under most circumstances. I know that, like, the last couple of days there've been a couple of jobs which have been... How can I phrase this? Let me just move this over here for the moment so that it's directly above chat, because I'm feeling really, really weird not looking at you guys while I'm talking to you. Yeah, I feel like a deadline really helps me to just get a sense of time, because otherwise I don't have a sense of time. Sometimes things end up just being slightly longer processes than I expect. Looking at that corset. But that's why I generally try to build in buffer time when I'm planning things, because I know days are gonna hit where unexpected jobs pop up that need to be handled, either online or IRL, or projects or invitations to things that I want to participate in, and I would like to be able to actually do that again. To actually, you know, try things soon, outside of just grind. But we'll get there. What was I gonna say? Yeah. We have made a lot of headway in the last little while. For the longest time, until I had Cheeky's body art layers done, the project was half on a standstill because there was just stuff that I couldn't progress on because there was other stuff getting in the way. And that did drag on a little bit. Having the donathon in the middle of all of that, where I was trying to, you know, pretend to be a content creator. That also ate into things quite a bit as well in terms of capacity, trying to do the combat style analysis day, which I need to do another 2 of before we get into regular submissions mode with that. There is a hashtag for the combat styles analyses now, so when that gets to be a regular segment in our streams again, it'll be fun. But it's still a little bit of a ways away. That being said, I would like to get some sort of a regularity to do some things outside of commission work on stream. Having a dedicated game day would be nice. And having capacity to maybe participate in collabs would be nice. At the moment, I'm hesitant to even sign up for anything because I don't know what I've got capacity for. Like there's a Minecraft thing that I am technically allowed to join in on at any time I'd like. It's going to be running for about 6 months. That's been going for a couple of weeks now. I have not got the chance to go in there at all, let alone get to know the people there in RP or whatever, because deadlines. So, you know what? We are in the process of acquiring sanity, and once we can get out of the proverbial panic mode, I think we'll be able to start progressing towards something a little bit more stable. And I am really, really looking forward to being able to be a little bit more stable in things. Speaking about stable in things, I am pretty sure that when I finally get the funds from Cheeky cleared in my VGen wallet, I will be able to afford to I'll actually be able to afford to get the plumber in to fix my shower. I'll finally be able to actually afford that. There'll be enough buffer zone in there afterwards to be able to actually, okay, I can afford the plumber. I think the panic button needs maintenance from how often it has been hit. Yeah, let's put it this way. I have a little bit of a guilty conscience when it comes to work, because I know I get distracted easily and want to go on my own tangents. And always end up thinking, oh shucks, I should be working right now. And that is probably also a contributing factor, is that too early in the process of these particular commissions, I let myself, quote unquote, take a break by doing other jobs a little bit too frequently, so my time management ended up not being the best. But at the same time, if I didn't do that, it was, you know, I needed to get the new tablet, and I needed to do whatever I could think of doing to make it fun for you guys to help me get there. And so far, it has been serving me amazingly well. So I can't complain about anything. Legit, I cannot complain. I can probably bear the consequences of my own bad decision making when it comes to my time management. But at least I tell people when things are not tiniestly possible. And try to make things work as much as possible. In the words of the aliens from Men in Black 2, the tablet, the tablet, the tablet! I can't remember how they sound. I know I watched that movie once. Some years ago. I still can't remember why I watched that movie. But yeah. Was that the one with... I know the first Men in Black was the one with the cockroach guy. Was the second one the one with the guy who experiences all the time, simultaneously? They saw the tablet as a holy relic while living in a train station locker? Oh, I see. I'm pretty sure it was the second one that had the all the time guy. Across all possibilities. That must be a very busy brain. The second one was then bringing Guy back into the force. The tablet was business card. Ooh. I can't remember these movies very well. It was a while ago, and comedy is not exactly my genre. Comedy is not exactly my genre. It's something that I can only consume in very small doses. Usually as relief from tension in other genres of media. So, yeah. I have an interesting relationship with the comedy genre. Specifically, the tablet was a business card for a DVD rental store. Oh wow. That, yeah. Plot. For anyone who's not seen this movie yet, spoilers. It's practically spoilers for me because I can remember nothing of it. But yeah. Anyway, guys. Oh yeah, I also want to at some point be able to do a watch-along series with you guys. Again, another thing that I've been wanting to do with you guys for months now that I've just not been able to get to as well. We've got a lot to work through. Yeah, there are a couple of things that I want to do with you guys still. And I want to do them before they're so out of season that it's like, why are we even bothering with this now? Everyone's already gone through the whole madness. So, yeah, I'm already feeling like certain seasons for certain things have already passed, and that's like, less than ideal. But hey. So it goes. We can't do all of the things we want to do, right? But we do what we can. But yeah. Last save button, because it has now finished rendering out the texture atlas. Yeah, so tomorrow is Wednesday. I will see what happens in the daylight hours regarding additional art pieces on belts, etc, and what I can rig in the meantime. Probably going to be meshing things out more than anything else. The blade, the scabbard, the pommel, the hilt, I don't think are actually going to need meshing. They can stay as rectangles as far as I am aware. Like, at most they'll get a little bit of perspective out of them. They don't need to bend for physics or anything like that, so those can pretty much stay rigid. And yeah, we'll figure out the rest as we need to. But yeah, rest well when you get to it, folks. I am calling it a day. And we are so close. So close. Let's see, what can we actually check off of the list right now? We have... I never pulled in the compass. Compass never went into the PSD file, so I need to pull that in. Still, it is drawn, but it now needs to come in. We have templated out the cutlass stance, so now I just need to pull that in as well. We've designed the cutlass and scabbard. Check. So now our things that we need to do are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 out of the 9 got taken down. Okay. Technically 3, but I need to still pull in the actual compass. We'll see how much I get done in the morning before we start stream. We'll see how much we get done in the morning show. And the last part is layer order, which should be a relatively quick job. So, as far as things that are big jobs on the list, we've got to do the compass necklace rig. We've got to do the cutlass stance rig. We've got to draw the hand parts. And we've got to do the sleeves, which is basically making sure that the sleeve cuffs do what they need to do and putting physics on the 3 actual individual sleeve pieces, so that they can flop around and not impact elbows. That's the main thing, is that they must not clip through elbows. Beyond that, they're pretty much allowed to do anything because they're basically mostly not in contact with the arm, which is kind of helpful. And then I need to duplicate that down, fill it in our multiply color, offset it slightly, and have that as a shade for the arm on top, because it needs a shadow. It needs to cast a shadow on the arm, otherwise it looks very uncanny. So that is part of the sleeves rig. Plus shadow, so I don't forget that. Small jobs are going to be layer order on the wings and skirt, which is basically just, I spotted earlier that the wings were ahead of the back of the tassel skirt, so that still needs to be corrected. And when the face is pointing down, I'm not entirely happy with the nose position, especially on the bottom corners, so that I want to correct. And then just making sure that the collar works and the collar back moves appropriately as the shoulders pieces move. So that's what I need to still do. Yes, we are tangibly close to done. It's just now getting the last pieces in place for this cutlass stance. And then we could pull it into VTube Studio and test. And do first line setups before sending it off to Cheeky so that she can actually do her fine tuning and get through. So yay, fun times. We are very, very, very close now. If possible this week, next week, early next week at the absolute latest. But it all depends on. Wolf Harrier will be a real thing, even if for a moment. Yeah, I will be in cosplay. I will be in cosplay. Fine, fine, fine. You caught me. You caught me. I'll be in cosplay for a moment. Not a skinwalker. What? What? No. Okay. You heard nothing. Yeah. So I will see you guys tomorrow. We will keep at the grind, and yeah. We'll keep at the grind, and we'll keep on making progress one step at a time. The best thing we could do is every step is a step forward. I just can't already believe it's the 12th. Tomorrow. I have another drawing that I actually need to finish before the 15th. I need to prioritize that actually a little bit as well. But I can't show that on stream, so maybe I should work on that in the morning. You see, this is the stuff that that gets me. It's the stuff that I need to finish that I can't necessarily show on stream or necessarily tell you guys what it is yet. But hey, it's part of what we're busy with because I don't know when the disconnection happened, but it's like this is something that I signed up before I had 5 jobs happening at the same time. Currently I've got 6 in the queue. It was 9 earlier, which is kind of insane. I'm super grateful, but wow, it's insane. And all of them were like deadlines, like right on top of each other. It's like, how did this happen? How does this happen? But yeah, I will make sure that as new things come in, I stagger the deadlines more responsibly and reasonably. I don't know how many hours of streaming we have spent on the cheeky model or on the tail model. I really don't know how many stream hours it's been. I know on Cheeky's art layers we're sitting at somewhere around 46, 47 already. Hours on the art layers alone. So yeah. It's a long job. It's a long job. But we get there. We get there. Anyway, good night. Rest well. I am officially finished, I think. Any last questions before we wrap up this day? Because actually, I have no idea if I forgot to speak about something that was important. I honestly have no idea. Did that. I did that. Didn't do any of those. Whoops. Questions, huh? Why did the dinosaurs die? Well, there are a lot of theories, but I think it's because people stopped believing in dinosaurs. That was a joke. That was a joke. No. Lots of potential reasons. We can only guess. But nah. I hope you guys rest well. I think I can finally check cheeky outfit layers off of my to-do list, because the outfit is done. It's just the belts, and that's legitimately now only like 4 articles left to do, and that is a couple of holes, the chains with the remaining gems on them, and a buckle. So, not a lot. So, happy. Have a good night. Thank you. You as well. Rest when you get to it. And until next time. Cheery bye.